very big ribbed. He's got a big top. He's got a big hip in him. And he still takes a long, square, flexible stride when he gets out here and goes. If we can just change him just a little bit up there in them front pasterns, he'd be even better. And that's where the hog here in second, he is better. He's better in his front toes. He's squarer in his knee. He sets him down a little square there. Really a square, boxy kind of a bear here that's got a big rib laid in him, a super big square hip in him. He's really stout and heavy structured. I just like to make this hog bigger. I like to make him a little longer in his cannon bone, get him a little bigger in his type and kind for me. He's just a little too small and boxy for me. If we can just get him bigger, I'd really like him even more. Here's the bigger skeleton hog coming out next. And this one here I thought I could run and use to win. This one's a taller fronted hog that's got more length, more looseness to him. He's looser out of his hip. He's got a big square hip laid in him. The longer we drove him, the tighter he got off this right hind leg here for me and started hitting and pounding on it just a little bit there. I'd like to change him up in his head and neck carriage there, way he ties in there. He's awful, comes up high in there in the neck area there. But this one here has got a good looseness about his skeleton. He just didn't have as much mass, as much width as what the other ones does. And then whenever he started tightening up there just a little bit towards the end, I just had to stick him in a third hole. A bear coming out next is another tall-fronted hog that's got some looseness to his skeleton, some length of body to him, some length of hip to him. A bear that gets a little rougher out of his front end there. I just like to change him and set his knee in him just a little better and his shoulder blade in him a little better, but still has a good hip and hind leg whenever he gets out here and goes. Really a unique individual here up through his front end, really powerful, opened up in his chest floor, big rib, really fresh topped. Really thick-ended hog. He just gets too short and choppy on his stride as he gets out here and goes. The next one coming out, same kind of way. Really big rib, big top. Gets in at his knees just a little bit. He gets a little shorter, choppier as he goes here, a little shorter striding. As we get on down through here, we've got some thickness to their tops, some thickness out of the hips. This young man's bear's got some extension up through his front end, but he's got to be changed in his angles as he gets out and moves out of his front end and off his hind legs. The young lady's bear coming out next, a heavier structure, stouter made one that's really stout and square about his head and his body type. He's too short and short-strided. As we roll on down through, you guys can just kind of let him out here. Another long-sided, loose skeleton, loose spine kind of a hog that's he's stoutened up and he's squared up out of his hip and where he plants him when he goes away. Another thick one here that needs changed out of his hip structure.
Winners, entry number 769, shown by Brady Newhouse from Marion, Indiana, bear weighing 290. Second place was entry 456, shown by Jesse Hoblin from York, Nebraska, bear weighing 267. In third place was entry number 1148, shown by Connor Wilson, Rockville, Indiana. Fourth place, Cody Picard from Frankfort, Indiana. Fifth place, Morgan Minch, Shirley, Indiana. Sixth, Allison Littlefield from Burr Oak, Michigan. Seventh was Ivan McDonald from Evansville, Indiana. Eighth place was Allison McCullough from Clifton, Illinois. Ninth was Matt O'Connor from Valparaiso, Indiana. And 10th was Gaff family from La Otto, Indiana. We're now ready to show for champion Chester. Out of your first class, your class winner was entry number 396, shown by Bridget Howlett from Genoa, Illinois, gilt weighing 259. Second in that class was Noah Inzer. And your class winner in class 2 was 795, shown by Brady Newhouse, Marion, Indiana, bearer weighing 290. Jesse Hoblin from York, Nebraska was second in class 2. Class winners, ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause for our champions showing for Chester.
We get our two class winners out here. We got the gilt out of the first class, a very attractive, tall-fronted, extended gilt that balances up nicely from the side profile. Really big hipped, a gilt that takes some length of stride out of her front end and takes some length out of her stride off her hind legs there. You might like to see just a little more flexibility down there in her pasture and maybe squaring her knee whenever she comes at you. But a really good, complete kind of a gilt that balances up from the side. The massive bear out of Class 2 is really big in his blades. Super big rib, big top, big hip. He takes a good stride off them hind legs. He's not the heaviest, structured, biggest legged one on his hind legs there. And then, like I said in class, you like to square him up here in his front knees or in his front toes when he hits the sawdust here as he gets out and goes. He gets a little more flatter in his pasterns there up front. So it's kind of a give and take, in my opinion. But for me, there's one that's just a little more balancer, just a little more correct in some angles and stuff, and a little better up in her front toes. The Class 1 gilt's going to be her champion Chester. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion Chester. Entry 396, Bridget Hallett from Genoa, Illinois. Gilt weighing 259. We need Nolan Enzers from Greencastle, Indiana. His barrel weighing 230 to show for reserve, please. Class 1 Durocs. Class 1 Durocs to the makeup ring, please. I'm a little late. Class 1 Durocs to the makeup ring.
The second place bearer of that lightweight class comes in. This is a unique individual. I'd like to see this one whenever he's got about another 30, 40 pounds on him. This one could be really fun. Super tall front, loose made, good design. He needs a little more thickness out of his hip when we get in behind him, a little more rib shape, a little more curvature to that rib, but really good, flexible hog. Probably the most flexible one, the most correct in his angles that we've seen all day, and I think we need a little more of that in the Chester breed. And then we got our powerhouse bearer there that wins that last class. It's just tremendously powerful, but if we could just change that one thing up there in his toes and way he's made up there, I could have made that one champion, but today he's going to be a reserve champion. Let's give that young man a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Brady Newhouse. Your winner in Class 2 is reserve champion Chester. Brady's from Marion, Indiana. His barrel weight 290. Congratulations, Bridget Hallett, with your champion, Brady Newhouse, with your reserve. Ring on those Durocs. I'm a little late calling you, sorry. Class 1 Durocs. We're ready to show Red Hogs. We'll get you caught up on the football scores. And second quarter, most of them, Buffalo Bills 7, Kansas City Chiefs 3, Detroit Lions 10, Miami Dolphins 0, Dallas Cowboys 10, Jacksonville 7, 49ers, San Francisco Saints 3, Tennessee Titans 7, and the Baltimore Ravens 0. And New York Jets, this is an interesting one. New York Jets 17, Pittsburgh Steelers nothing. Atlanta Falcons 7, Tampa Bay 3. We're a full service livestock show. I just want to make sure you knew that. Champion Reserve Chester White, you should be behind the wall for urine samples. Chester White, Champion Reserve, if you didn't go behind the wall for urine samples, you need to be there.
Extremely good two individuals up here at the top end of this deal, and very similar in their types and kind. And it's fun to analyze these two and sit out here and analyze them, because these two individuals do such an outstanding job of giving me the views, and I could just stand and watch them, and they give me every view that I like to see. And I really like those kind of things, and it really makes my job a lot easier, where I don't have to hustle around and try to get the view that I want to see. And both of these hogs are very similar. Like I said, we got the young man's bear here, probably a little bit longer bodied kind of a bear, a little longer hipped kind of a hog that's really got that tail cranked up where he needs to have. Both of them are square enough, they're flexible enough. That hog comes at you good, he goes away from you good. I really like his head carriage way that hog has his head where it is, and the extension, the stoutness about it. A really good made bear there. The young lady's bear, really a powerfully made hog that still balances up from the side profile. He probably has a little more curvature to his rib. He's probably got a little more pop to his hip whenever we study him. But he gets a little shorter in that rump. And just little nitpicky things going to separate these. For me, there's one that just takes a little longer stride, a little more extension, a little more length of hip, the things that I kind of like to see in an animal. And the young man's going to have our class winner. The young lady's going to be second in a very close decision here. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you guys for driving them like you did. The young man coming here in third is a bear that I moved up in class a little bit here, and he deserves to be up here just because this one I appreciate. This one really is a super tall-fronted one, and still being a red bear that's tall-fronted, he's square in his knee, he's square from the top part of his blade all the way down. He's opened up in his rib cage, got a good fresh top in him, got a big square hip, and he takes a long square stride when he goes. He gets a little harder in his rib shape, he gets a little shorter in his rump structure, and that's where he got beat. He just got beat by really two tremendous hogs up there in the top end. That's an awful unique individual. The bear coming out next is one I thought deserved to be up here in the top end. A really attractive profile and hog that's got a big chest floor in him. He gets a little flatter in his pasterns there whenever you study him in his pasterns. But when you get up on top of this hog and study, you don't have the true shape that he needs. But more importantly, right whenever you get in behind him, he needs more thickness in his lower hip whenever we study him. He gets a little narrower tracking when we compare him to the top three. And just that's where he gets stuck in the fourth hole for me. Tremendously thick and big chested one coming out here, and big forearmed and big rib, big top, super big hip. He just overstrides himself up through his front end. He's too forward in his shoulder. We got to square him up on them hind legs. We love the stoutness, the squareness to him, and how much curvature and squareness of hip that he does possess. The bear coming out next, another big-chested, big forearm bear that's got a big rib blade in him. Another one's got some thickness down his top. He gets a little shorter and rounder in his hip structure. The shoulder blade gets forward in him as well. We got to level him out and make him square him up on them hind legs just ever so slightly. Really a tall-fronted, heavy-structured, stout-made gilt coming out next. It's got some expression of shape to her top. Really got some thickness out of her hip. We just got to push her shoulder blade back in her as well. Maybe square on her hind legs ever so slightly. And she gets a little flatter ribbed. But I love how stout and rugged and how much shape and expression that she does possess. The bear coming out next is a good fresh look and turn to his rib shape, really fresh down his top and out of his hip. He gets his hind legs up underneath him just ever so slightly there. I just like to level him out of his rump and pull his legs out. As we can move on down through here, this bear here coming out next, are really expressly made, kind of a lower set. He gets a little flat, tighter in his hog structure. The bear going out there that's a tall-fronted, big-hipped one, needs to handle his hip just a little better. Then we got a little more thicker, more massive kind of ones that need to handle their hind legs as well a little bit better there. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good class there.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Results from Class 1 Durocs. Your Class winner, entry number 230, shown by Blake Danner from Chalmers, Indiana, bear weighing 256. Second place, Mackenzie Hoodup from Kokomo, Indiana, bear weighing 258, entry number 471. In third place was Jake Brown from Bedford, Indiana. In fourth place was Macy Langhoff from Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. In fifth place was Trenton Collins from Caruthersville, Indiana. Sixth place was Morgan Pearson from Mooresville, Indiana. Seventh was Ian Rosenbaum from Salem, Indiana. Eighth was McKenna Schumann from Fair Oaks, Indiana. Ninth place was Sarah Miller from Galveston, Indiana. And 10th place was Reese Provo from Monticello, Indiana. Congratulations to Blake Danner, wins class number 1 Durocs. Class 2 is coming in. Class 2 is entering the ring of Durocs. Special thanks to the folks at NSR and NJSA. We got the crew here with us today. President, CEO Mike Paul always has helped us for many, many years. We got Mr. Brian Arnold there coming across talking to the judge. Blaine Evans, who is coming across with the hurdle. We got Kaylee Bontrager right here in front of me in the blue. Ellen Olson right next to her. And Devin Ammon, who's down opening, where's he at? Oh, across here on the other side. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your helping us at North American. Appreciate what you've done so much. Purebreds have added so much to the shows, and we appreciate your help. Ladies and gentlemen, Farm Credit is our sponsor for our Junior Swine Show again this year. Nationwide, Farm Credit provides more than $191 billion in loans such as crop insurance to farmers, agribusinesses, and homeowners. Farm Credit Services Mid-America, we thank you very much for all you do for all the junior shows, and particularly here in the Swine Barn.
extremely deep class here. Really good quality all the way down through here. And the one that, for me, that rises to the top and wins the class, and I had about 6 or 7 of them out here for a little while, but the one I started with was the one I was going to start with from the beginning. This one here, for me, kind of puts the things together as far as being a tall fronted one, square built one. He's up on his toes. He's tall fronted. He's stout. He's heavy enough structured. He's got shape. He's got curvature to his rib. He's got some flesh and some body to him. He's really got that tail head set up there, the top part of his back there. He's square and he's flexible. And he gets out and goes and balances up extremely nice from the side. Really a nice hog to start the class off with. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause. And as we go on down through here, it's just little nitpicky things that's separating these guys because it's that deep. It's very good quality hogs in here. The bear that's going to be second is a nickel heavier structure, nickel stouter than my class winner. I will admit that. This guy really comes at you wider. He's a wider chested, bigger bladed bear in his own right. Whenever I study him, he's a little more restricted up through his front end because he's so big chested. He's a little shorter striding than my class winner when he gets out and goes. But that one still is big chested, big ribbed, good looking from the side. He's got some length of body. He's got that tail head where it needs to be, some thickness out of his rump. He's square when he goes away from another awful nice hog there. But they're really a fresh made hog here in third. Really opened up in his chest, really got a good body cavity to him, really good in his turn of his rib and his blade and width down his top and out of his hip. This one gets a little chunkier up through that neck. He gets a little flatter in his front pasterns for me. If I can just bring him up in his pasterns just a little bit, that one could really get up there pushing my class winner. But that's where he gets knocked on in this particular class and gets put into third. The bear coming out next, here's another big-chested, stout-made bear. Really opened up in that chest for, really got a good curvature to his rib. Got some shape and expression down his top. He's got a level, got that tail up. I just got to square him up whenever he goes away from me. He gets a little shorter and choppier on his hind legs there. The longer we went here, we just got to really take a little looser stride as it goes. Another big-chested, bold-bladed one that's super stout about his head and really big in his forearm, big in his rib cage. Really a big top, big hipped one. One that takes probably a little longer stride than the bear that's right in front of him. He doesn't balance up as well. He gets a little lower at his point of his shoulders there, a little crustier about his neck, but an awful good bear sitting here down here in fifth hole. The bear coming out next is another good, attractive bear that's super opened up, super fresh, super big rib, really thick and powerful out of his hip. That's where it works to his disadvantage because he's a little shorter hip. He got a little tighter, more restricted in his movement the longer we went out here. He's a little shorter coupled, a little shorter faced bear when we compare him to some of them that we got ahead of him. Really a super tall fronted extended bear that's loose in his joints, really heavy structured. I love how this hog's got his head up high and how tall he is there. Really a long bodied, long loose hip bear that takes a long stride. Really good in his angles and his flexibility and his skeleton built. This one here, just whenever you get up on top of him and you study him down his top and in his rib shape there, he's the flattest one of all of them up above him. He just gotten a really tough class. If we can give that one more curvature to his rib, that one moves way up higher for me. The next one coming out next, another big opened up, big centered bear here. I like to change the way he's made up into his head. He gets a little refined in his head makeup. He gets a little rounder in his rump structure there. Gets his hind legs up underneath him a little bit too much for me, but another powerfully made one that's opened up. Here comes another stout-made gilt here that's really big in her bone work, really stout about her head, got a lot of shape and expression, gets a little rounder in her rump structure, just gotten another tough class, and maybe need to handle her hind legs just ever so slightly. Same thing kind of goes for the next gilt coming out. Another heavy structure, stout-made one that's got a lot of expression and shape to her, little rounder rump, gets her hind legs up underneath her just a little bit there. And as we round out the class here, we got two extremely high-quality bears that's going to round out the class here. Another big chested, big ribbed one. They got to square up them hind legs. Same thing goes to the bear that's going to be in 12th there. Let's give them a nice round of applause. A really super deep class there.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Results of Class 2 Durocs. Your class winner was entry number 410, Ashton Harvey from Strong, Indiana, barrel weighing 272. Ashton Harvey wins Class 2 Durocs. Second place is Mitchell Concannon from Albany, Indiana, barrel weighing 269. Mitchell's entry number was 198. Third place was Nalani Geyer from Robinson, Illinois. In fourth place, Charles Colvin from Russellville, Indiana. Fifth place was Cam Utendorf from Columbus Grove, Ohio. Sixth was Kylie North from Walcottville, Indiana. Seventh was Noel Gottschalk from Wabash, Indiana. Eighth was Scott Gardner from Grindstone, Pennsylvania. Ninth was Matt O'Connor from Valparaiso, Indiana. And 10th was Jackson Parmalee from Greencastle, Indiana. Congratulations to your class winner, Ashton Harvey, wins Class 2 Durocs. We're now showing Class 3. Class 3 Durocs is coming in the ring. They weigh from 275 to 286. 275, 286.
Really a good class here up here in the top end. I think we just got two bears that run themselves up to the top pretty handily for me, and it's just because of the flexibility and the correctness that they have in their skeleton built. There's one that's stouter, more rugged in his look, has a little more muscle shape and mass to him. Not quite as square built up through his knee from the top of his blades all the way to the ground. Not quite as level out of his hip. And there's one that's not quite as opened up in his rib cage as what the other one is. Not as massive down his top or out of his hip, but he's square and truer built in his makeup. And he's a very unique one as far as being super tall fronted and then extended up to that front end. And the one that, for me, that's tremendously unique in its own right is the young lady in purple. She's going to have your class winner, and the young man's going to be second. I just thought our class winner is just square and truer in his built up through his knee. He's not as wide, he's not as stout, not as big in his rib, not as big in his blade as what our second place bear is. But this one's truly unique as far as tall fronted and super extended up through his front end, and still has plenty of mass, and still has plenty of width to him, for my opinion, and still is stout enough in his makeup, and just gets out here and floats across the ring just nice and easy and gentle. The bear that is in second is truly bold in his blade, really opened up in that blade in rib shape and top shape and out of his hip. He gets a little shorter, rounder out of his rump. He gets a little more in at his knees, not as open up down to his ground as what his blade is whenever he comes right at you. But that's in another extremely good one there that's going to be sitting in second. The bear here in third is another bear that is a very heavy structured one, a big bladed, big chested one. He's probably square in his belt whenever he comes at you. He gets a little rounder in his rump structure. He's not as quite as good in his hind leg as what them with. He gets them up underneath him just a little bit there, but he has more flexibility in his hock structure and plants him square and truer than what the gilt here in fourth place. The gilt is in fourth. I really love how tall fronted and extended and big chested she is. The young man does a good job of driving her. She has a good true shape about her. Just the longer she drove, she got more restricted in her movement there in her hock structure. She is wanting to push it outside of herself just ever so slightly there, but if we can just flex her a little more in her hock, we can move that one up and be pushing them top two. The gilt coming out next is a little more flexible in her hocks, a little more correct up through her front end, way she's made in her angles. She's got good shape down her top, just not as square in her build, not as robust in her center rib, not as square in her hocks whenever she goes away, and she tends to round out of that rump structure just ever so slightly. As we come on down through here, we got a stout made bear that's really big chested, big in his forearm, big in his rib cage, really stout about his head structure. A bear here that I like to change his back 1/3. He gets short in his rump, he gets narrow tracking when he goes away from you. He's the narrowest gauged of the top end here that we got in this particular class, and he just don't have as much flare and width to his hip and rump. As we go on here in seventh, the young man with the orange shirt has got a gilt here that's really super jet level down her top and out of her hip, a gilt that you love from the side profile. She's good in her flexibility, good in her angles, way she takes a long, flexible hawk or stride out of that hawk. A gilt that just runs out of gas whenever she comes at you and goes away. She needs more curvature to her rib. Just got to have more width when we compare to some of them we've talked about. The one coming out next, the bear here, that's another big bladed. This gets too straight up through his front end, gets a little straighter in his hock structure. We just love the muscle that he does possess. And as we move on down through here, we got some good kind of a hogs, another thick, massive one here that gets a little rounder out of his hip. And then we got a bear there coming out in 10 that's another long-bodied, extended hog that's some flexibility, needs more center rib shape. That come out in 11, really good good design gilt that just needs to have more thickness out of her hip and take a better stride than a bear there that's got some thickness. It gets a little bit, needs a little bit better on his hind legs to round out the class. Let's give him a nice round of applause, an excellent class.
Results of class number 3 Durocs. Congratulations to Ashton Geyer. Entry 384 wins class number 3. She's from Robinson, Illinois, barrel weighing 284. Second place, entry 365, Adam Graddert from Geneseo, Illinois, barrel weighing 285. In third place, we got Tyler Graddert, 369, Geneseo, Illinois. In fourth place, Hunter Frobos from Pemberville, Ohio. Fifth place, Ashley Smith from Lebanon, Indiana. Sixth, Matt Miller from El Paso, Illinois. Seventh place, Allison George from Eclectic, Alabama. Eighth place, Cora Rodaball from Tipton, Indiana. Ninth, Wyatt Wilson from Bunker Hill, Indiana. And 10th is Kylie Miller from Cropsey, Illinois. Congratulations, your winner in class number 3, Ashton Geyer. We're now showing class 4. This is our final class of Durocs. They weigh from 287 to 290. 287 to 290. This is our final class. Then we'll show for champion Duroc. Well, you got your PQA cards. If you want to get your PQA cards back, they're right here back of the announcer stand. PQA cards are back of the announcer stand here in the stack. Come get them. The only thing we have back here in PQA, the originals, if you brought us a copy, we may have not brought you back the copy of that. But if you brought us an original, it should be behind us here in the stack. We are going in alphabetical order, not the way they're lined up on back there as we put them on the concession stand door. Hamps will be next. Landrace, Poland, Spots, Yorks, alphabetical order. Ladies and gentlemen, that one coming out right there, that's Landry Rodaball. And he turned 4 today. Happy birthday, Landry. Tell them, those that can. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. If you were a champion reserve, Denny, both champion reserve, if you were champion reserve and showmanship, we'd like you come to the announcer stand. If you were champion reserve in any of the showmanship divisions, bring your ribbon and your buckle, please. Come to the announcer stand. Dr. Liptrap needs you. If you were first or second in a do-rock, first 3 classes, back to the makeup ring, please. First call. If you were first or second in the do-rock classes, the first 3, we need you back to the makeup ring, please. Again, if you were a showmanship winner or reserve, we need you to the announcer stand with your buckle and your ribbon, please. To the announcer stand, if you are first or second champion or reserve in your division in showmanship, we need you back to the announcer stand. Also got Steve Mapes. Steve Mapes taking pictures. You want pictures? We can let you pull out, run down, take a picture, then come back. So you got to do that before you go in the trailer. So take advantage of Steve Mapes. He's the best. Don't forget about the streaming video. If you got folks at home and they want to watch the show, we're getting ready to pick champion Duroc. Give them a call. LivestockExpo.org. LivestockExpo.org. Dr. Liptrap also tells me you can get the results at the same location. So call home so they can watch it along with us. LivestockExpo.org.
I think we got a pretty good easy winner in this particular class. The young lady's bear here, tremendously stout and rugged and stout about his head and big-footed and big-legged. Whenever he gets out here and goes, he just kind of floats across the ring. He's got a big blade in him, got some width to his top, some curvature to his rib. Really a big rump blade in this one, and he's square when he goes away from you. Some length of body, some extension to him. Just really a stout, rugged one that's square built and has some shape and look to him. We get in here to the second and third, and I moved this bear up. I drove him for a long time, and this one here, just for me, it just got a little more to him through his center body. He's a little more curvature, has a little more curvature to his rib, a little more depth of body, depth of flank. He's a little square, a little more flexible on his hind legs when he gets out here and goes. He's taking a longer, truer stride than the third place bear, even though I've drove him for an extremely longer time than what the third place bear has drove. A bear that I'd like to extend him, make him a little longer bodied for me, maybe bring him up on his passion just ever so slightly, but he's still good in his width and square and true in his build. The bear here in third has got a bigger chest, there's bigger bone, bigger footed, really bigger in his forerib there. A bear that gets a little drier in his body type, has more shape and a crispness down his top, but he's drier and harder. We might have been pulling some weight on this one since we've been in the heaviest class here. I just like to see him softer made and filled up just a little more. He gets a little rounder in his rump structure, gets a little more tighter in his movement, not as easy going when we get him out here and drive him, but still an awful nice bear in third. The hog coming out next here, the young man that's had his birthday today. He's got a pretty nice bear here as far as being a tall, elevated bear that's got some extension. He's the most extended about his front 1/3. Out here, he's got the most extension about his neck. He's a tall-shouldered, big-topped, really fresh-appearing bear that's got a big hip laid in him. He really gets a long, fluid stride out here. I just got to stouten this one up for me. Give him a little more curvature to that rib. He's got a little hocks. He got a little bumps on them hocks when we get in there and study him and need to clean them up. But an awful nice bear the young man has. The bear coming out next, a bear that's got a little more shape and a crispness to his top, a little square down his top line. He's got a bigger foot to him. He's square in his chest whenever he comes at you. A bear that gets rounder in his rump structure from beneath. He gets a little narrower in his hocks whenever he goes away from you. I got to square him up whenever he goes away, level him out, fill him up just a little bit too. The bear coming out next. Here's a tall-fronted, loose-made one. I really like the skeleton structure of this hog. He's extended about his front end. He's long, he's level. He's long and level out of that rump structure. He's probably the best design one that we've seen. He just gets outpowered. He don't have enough width to him, enough curvature to his rib shape. He doesn't have enough spread out of his hip whenever we get in and study him, but an awful nice bear in terms of structure. The young lady's coming out with another stouter made dark colored bear here that's bigger in his forearm, bigger in his chest width. He's got a bigger blade in him. He's stouter about his head. He's got more shape to his top. He's a little more restricted in his movement when we get in and study his structure as he takes a stride there. We got to square him up as he goes, fill him up just a little bit. He gets a little drier and harder in his body type. The next hog, another stout made one up through his front 1/3, big ribbed, really big in his forearm, big topped, gets a little plainer and narrower whenever we get in behind him and he goes away from you, just a little narrow track. And we got a pair of hogs coming out next, really tall fronted extended hogs. It's got some extension, some length of body, some flexibility to them that needs some more width to them all the way throughout. And as we go on down through here, we got a gilt here that's going to be in the 11th that's got shape and expression to her. We got to change her way she moves off her hind leg. The young man that's going to round out the class, really a big bladed, big ribbed one here that gets a little short bodied, a little up in his top. We got to change the way he moves on his hind legs. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Good one up there on top of this class.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. The results of Class 4 Durocs. We did have one way out, and we moved up second to first. 875 is your class winner. Hunter weighing 290. Second place, Brady Littlefield, entry 600, Burr Oak, Michigan. Barrel weighing 290 is second. Third place is Landry Rodaball from Rensselaer, Indiana. Fourth, Wyatt Martin from Bloomington, Indiana. Fifth place, Noah Kitterman from Hartford City, Indiana. Sixth place is Morgan Cox from Hope, Indiana. Seventh is Dalton Bull from Xenia, Ohio. Eighth is Ethan Curlin from Vevay, Indiana. And ninth place was William Buscher from Crawfordsville, Indiana. And 10th was Jarrett Bailey from Decatur, Indiana. We're now ready to show for Champion Duroc. If you're in first or second in the do-rock classes and you're not in the makeup ring, you should be. Ready to show for champion do-rock. Out of class number 1. Your class winner was entry number 230, shown by Blake Danner, Chalmers, Indiana, barrel-weighing 256. Mackenzie Huda from Kokomo, Indiana, was second in class 1. Out of class 2, entry 410 was your winner, shown by Ashton Harvey from Strong, Indiana, barrel-weighing 272. Mitchell Concannon from Albany, Indiana, was second in class 2. Your winner in class 3 was shown by Ashton Geyer from Robinson, Illinois, barrel-weighing 284. Second in class 3 was Adam Graddert from Geneseo, Illinois. And your winner in class number 4 was entry 875, shown by Hunter Rice, Booneville, Indiana, barrel-weighing 290. Brady Littlefield from Burr Oak, Michigan, was second. Again, ladies and gentlemen, they won their class. Stout set of do-rocks. Please give them a nice round of applause.
Well, it's been a tremendous do-rock show, in my opinion, and really satisfied with our class winners. We lose our heavyweight class winner, but our second place bear comes in here and he fits in nice. I think it's really close out here, but I think there's still, for me, there's one that hit me very hard whenever he came into the ring through the gates over there, and he still hits me awful hard, and for me, it's a pretty easy decision. The one that's going to be your champion today is the young lady right here in the pink.
Congratulations out of class 2, entry 410, Ashton Harvey, Strong, Indiana, as your champion. We need Mitchell Concannon, please. His barrel weighs 269. Ashton Harvey with your champion. Hampshires to the makeup ring. Class 1 Hampshires to the makeup ring, please.
Bring that second place bear in that class, and that's the big chested one, the big ribbed one, really big in his forearm. He may get just a little outside of himself and want to rock just a little bit too much when he comes at you, but it's still, for his opened up and having some length of body and some stitching and some stoutness, that one's awful good in those areas. To me, it gets close between our class 1 bear and our class 3 bear, and I think those two are the ones that, in my opinion, that get out here and rival for reserve champion honors. For me, there's one of them that's just pretty unique as far as being a tall fronted one that's opened up and still square built, still big and good in his rib cage. The other bear, I'd just like to see him just a little better in his pasterns, just ever so slightly. It's a very close call between those two. The one that's going to be your reserve champion is a class 3 bear. Give that young lady a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your reserve champion do-rock out of class 3, entry 384, Ashton Geyer from Robinson, Illinois, barrel weighing 284. Ashton Harvey with your champion. Ashton Geyer with your reserve. Congratulations.
young man over there on the far side is going to win this class, and he's going to win the class just because he's got a bear that's got a lot more flexibility and squareness to his hock structure when he goes away from you. He's better out of his front end. He's more flexible in his joints. He's looser made than anything we've got in this particular drive. No, he's not the heaviest muscled one. He's not the widest one or anything like that, but this one's a tall fronted. He's good out of his front end. He's square and he's true. He's really extended. He's really good profiling. Got a level rump in him. You get up on top of this guy, he's got some shaping and muscle there. He's not the biggest in his rib, but he's big enough in his rib. Just a really good, complete kind of hog to start this particular drive off with. The young man here in second, I thought this was my class winner. Then he kind of went goofy on us and kind of acted up out here. But this one I love from the front two-thirds. Floor. He's square built. He's true in his knee. He's got good cushion in his angle, in his front shoulder blade there. Really a bigger rib, bigger top, but fresher top bear than our class winner. He's got a big, thick hip in him. I got to change him on them hind two. He gets a little more tighter in his hock structure. Not quite as flexible whenever he goes away from you, but he's still square and true when he goes away. The gilt here in third is a stout, heavy structure gilt that's got some shape and some expression to her. We'll get it right. Really a big square-hipped gilt, a gilt that's flexible on her hind legs. She's really tall-fronted and extended. I'd like to see more body, more rib, more feel to this gilt today to move her up any higher. The same thing kind of goes for the next one coming out, another tall-fronted, extended one that's got a lot of muscle and shape, really expressive down his top. He's got a thick, big square hip in him. He gets a little tighter and restricted in his hock structure. He gets out here and goes. Just got to make him take a longer stride. This one's got a big chest, a big forearm, a really cool look up through his front end. He's got a big fresh top laid in him. Really got a good curvature to his rib with a big square hip. The longer we drove, the more restricted he got. He got tighter in his hock structure. He got tighter up front. He just got it loosened up in his joints. The sixth place gilt here that's coming out, a big stout made gilt that's got a lot of shape and expression. She gets a little shorter and rounder in her rump structure. I got to give her some more curvature to her ribs. She gets pretty flat made, but she still flexes in her hock and picks it up and sets it down pretty good when she does get out here and go. The bear coming out next gets really a big rib, big bodied hog that's got a lot of width down his top. He's a flexible hog, a hog that needs more extension. He needs to be taller at his point of his shoulders, more length of body, more length of side, length of hip to him. We got a bear coming out next, a very heavy structure, stout made one. That's loose made. He gets a little shorter, more compact in his joints, a little flatter footed kind of a hog that gets rounder out of his rump structure. And then as we move on down through here, the muscle's not a problem in the Hampshire breed here. We get some restrictions and some movements. We get one here that's a little straighter up front, a little straighter behind. We've got to get more flesh and rib on him. The gilt coming out next, another one that needs more flesh, be more flexible in our hock. And then we got some thick made hog coming out next. As he really opened up and wide, he's just got to play in his hind leg just a little better. Let's give him a round of applause. Good class of Hampshires.
Thank you, sir. Results of Class 1 Hampshires. Your winner is entry 426, Connor Henderson from Sharpsville, Indiana, bear weighing 257. In second place, Jackson Jones from Rensselaer, Indiana, bear weighing 260, entry 507. Cale Bernay is his third in class, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place, Richard Van Ness from Danville, Indiana. Fifth place, Charles Colvin from Russellville, Indiana. Sixth, Braden Butler from Frankfort, Indiana. Seventh, Brandon Ames from LaPorte, Indiana. Eighth is Shelby Roberts from Goshport, Indiana. Ninth is Macy Scott from Perry, Kansas. 10th, Danica Miller from Terre Haute, Indiana. Congratulations to Connor Henderson, wins Class number 1 Hampshires. We're showing Class 2 Hampshires, 19 head, weighing 262 to 278. We have 3 classes of Hampshires. New Orleans Saints 24, 49ers 21, with 1:05 left to play, and the 49ers have the ball. On the New Orleans 27.
Well, we had to just miss a unfortunate deal that has happened, but we had to lose a bear there that had a little bit too much white up there on his forehead, and we got to beat the breed characteristics to get them showed, and that one was an awful nice one that could have been up here in the top end of this deal. But we still have an awful nice bear to win this class. The young lady's bear that's got a really attractive look about him, really stout, really big in his rib, big top, big hipped hog that still handles it fairly good. You like to change him there, and his knee set just ever so slightly, but that's an awful nice bear to start this particular class. The bear here in second that the young man in the orange has is square in his knee. He's more opened up, more robust about his blade and his chest width and how he comes at you. He's got a good turn to his rib and out of his shape down his top, and got a big square hip in him. He's a long-bodied, extended hog, a hog that gets a little shorter in his rump structure. He gets a little shorter striding as he gets out here and goes, but still an awful nice hog. The bigger scale bear here in third place is probably one of the more looser made bears in the top three here. He's taller at the point of his shoulders. He's bigger in his outline. He's longer bodied. He's longer hip. He takes a longer, more fluid stride. He's not as square whenever he comes at you, not as opened up in his chest floor. He doesn't have as good and fresh top down him, and he just needs to freshen up in his overall makeup. He's getting up in his chine just ever so slightly there, but a really good kind of a bear there in third. A very fresh appearing gilt here coming out next. A gilt that's got a lot of shape and expression to her, really stout in her makeup. If I can loosen this one up and make her get out here and go just a little better, give her a little more flesh on her, we can move this one right on up to the top end because she's got that show look about her. A big rib, big bellied, really opened up, big chested hog coming out next that gets a little rounder in his top, a little rounder out of his hip, really stout about his makeup. He gets a little flatter in them rear too in his pasturing there, but a nice hog as far as being robust and opened up. The gilt coming out next is the same type of gilt. The hog is what we just talked about. Big centered, big body, a lot of depth and power to her. Got a lot of width down her top. Gets a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. She comes in at her knees just ever so slightly, and she doesn't have the best attitude in the world either. The one coming out next is a bear that's got a lot of curvature to his rib, a lot of robustness about him, a lot of width about him. He just needs to balance up a little better. He gets high in his chine, gets a little rounder out of his hip, he gets his hind legs up underneath him as well. We just got to balance him up. I just love the width that he does possess. The bear coming out next, another tall-fronted, extended one that's got some extension about him. He gets his hind legs up underneath him. He needs to square up in his knee just ever so slightly there, but an awful nice. And as we roll on down through here, we got a shorter coupled kind of a hog that's got a lot of body and rib shape to him. He's awful short striding off of both ends. And then we got a bear coming out next in 11th, the tall-fronted, extended one that needs more width, and the bear that's going to round out the class has got some width to him. He's a little flat on all four. We got to bring him up in his pastures. Good class, really a good one up on top.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Results of Class 2 Hampshires. Your class winner is entry number 1077, Tyler Vaught from Tip City, Ohio, bear weighing 264. Second is Cade Sponsel, entry number 984 from Greenfield, Ohio, bear weighing 262. Third place, Caleb Underwood from Glasgow, Kentucky. Fourth place, Shelby Martin from Bloomington, Indiana. Fifth place was Cameron Vaughn from Wilmington, Ohio. Shaylin McCorkle from Windfall, Indiana. Seventh is Lauren Bush from Flora, Indiana. Eighth is Logan Steerwalt from Quincy, Indiana. Ninth place, Hunter Rice from Boonville, Indiana. 10th was Jen Miller, Macy, Indiana. Congratulations, Tyler Vaught wins Class 2 Hampshires. We're now showing Class 3 Hampshires. Class 3 is coming in. This is our final class of Hampshires. We'll show for Champion Hampshire next. Whitney Carmen. Whitney, we need you here at the announcer stand, please. Get you caught up on the football scores. Kansas City beat Buffalo 17-13. Detroit Lions beat Miami Dolphins 20-16. Dallas Cowboys beat Jacksonville 31-17. Baltimore Ravens beat Tennessee Titans 21-7. New York Jets beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 20-13. Atlanta Falcons beat Tampa Bay 27-17. And the San Francisco 49ers and New Orleans Saints are in overtime 24-24.
definitely the deepest class of Hampshires we've had today, and we've got one that rises to the top, in my opinion. It's just very good in its balance, very good structured, flexible. He's more opened up in his chest floor, bigger in his rib than the second place hog. Really good down his top, got a level, big, square rump plate in this guy. He takes a long stride off them hind legs for a Hampshire hog. Very unique individual there to win this particular class. Give that young lady a nice round of applause for an awful nice Hampshire. The young man's second place bearer is heavier structured. I really admire how stout and rugged this hog is and still have a show look about him. Them feet are really big and stout and not coarse in no matter. Really good and clean in his joints. He's really a flexible hog that's got good flex out of his front end, good flex in his hocks. He's got a tremendously amount of shape and thickness down his top, a tremendously big square rump plate in this hog. He just gets simply beat by a tremendous hog. Whenever this one comes at you, I like to see him just bust open just a little more. When we get in right there behind his blades and into his rib cage, he's not as robust as our class winner, but that's an awful good hog there to be in second hole. The one here in third, the young man's gilt here. If I can change one thing about this gilt, right there up in her front end and her pasterns, how she turns down to the ground, I can move this one way up. I love how tall-fronted she is. She's heavy structured, really robust in her curvature to her rib, very fresh down her top. She's got a tremendously good hind leg in her. She plants it and she takes a long, flexible stride. It's unfortunately we're going to lose this type here because I think this one is one that the Hampshire breed kind of needs to have some babies there, but we're really good Hampshire gilt to be placed in third. The young lady's bear here that's in fourth, a bear that is a little more true when it down to the his front pasterns. As we get on down through here, we start getting some taller fronted, longer body, more extended kind of hogs that just gets outpowered for his width and muscle. This one here is a really good structured one, just not quite as opened up, not quite as much curvature to his rib. And like I said, this is a tremendously good Hampshire class here. As we come out with this next one, this one here has got a little more curvature to his rib, not quite as good down his top line and out of his hip. When we get him out and just let him walk, he gets a little flatter in his pasterns as well. The one coming out next, a bear that's got some shape and thickness down his top and out of his hip. This one here gets a little down in his pasterns as well. He gets his hind legs up underneath him, gets a little shorter in his rump structure. The one coming out next, really a tall-fronted, extended one that's got some length of body to him. He needs more robustness, needs to be opened up in his chest floor, stouting him up in his bone work. And as we work on down through here, we got some with some muscle and shape to them. Just got to change them structurally as they get a little more restricted in their movement. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Tremendously good class of Hampshires.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Results of Class 3 Hampshires. Your class winner, entry 383, shown by Ashton Geyer, Robinson, Illinois, barrel weighing 282. In second place was entry number 753, shown by Bryce Mullins from Templeton, Indiana, barrel weighing 280. In third place was Noel Peters from Danville, Indiana. Fourth, Alexandra Tidd from Hamilton, Michigan. In fifth place, was Logan Beckmeyer from Atwood, Illinois. Sixth place was Gaff family from La Otto, Indiana. In seventh was Matt O'Connor from Valparaiso, Indiana. Eighth was Jarvis Simmons from Bringhurst, Indiana. Ninth was Lucas Reed from Winchester, Indiana. And 10th, Brenna Beard from Frankfort, Indiana. Congratulations, your class winner, Ashton Geyer, Robinson, Illinois. We're ready to show for Champion Hampshire. Out of Class 1, your class winner was entry number 426, shown by Connor Henderson, Sharpsville, Indiana, barrel weighing 257. Jackson Jones from Rensselaer, Indiana, was second in Class 1. Out of Class 2, your class winner was Tyler Vaught from Tip City, Ohio, barrel weighing 264. Cade Sponsel from Greenfield, Ohio, was second in Class 2. Your winner out of Class 3 was entry 383, shown by Ashton Geyer from Robinson, Illinois, barrel weighing 282. Bryce Mullins from Templeton, Indiana, was second in Class 3. Once again, hard to win your class, folks. Make the pins, it's a win. Please give these three youngsters a nice round of applause for their class-winning Hampshires.
I'm going to keep it pretty short on this. Well, we've had a really nice Hampshire show. We've lost a few here and there just because of classifications and breed characteristic deals, but that's what we got to do. If we want to keep the breeds true and stuff, we got to follow those rules and go by those rules. But still, when we get them out here, I think we've got an awful good set of trio out here for our champion drive. But still, there's one in here that wins it pretty handily for me, the Class 3 winner. That's going to be your champion.
Congratulations to Ashton Geyer, Robinson, Illinois, barrel weighing 282, comes out of Class 3 as your champion ham. That brings in Bryce Mullins from Templeton, Indiana. This barrel weighs 280.
The Class 1 bear here, he's a very tall-fronted, extended, good design, good made hog. Really good on his feet and legs for a Hampshire, and I love how tall-fronted and extended he is up through the front end. The Class 2 bear here, very robust in his makeup, really powerful down his top and out of his hip. I like to square him up in his knee just ever so slightly. He's got a very unique kind of head carriage too, kind of a one that you like to see in Hampshires there. You'd maybe like to make him take a little longer strides to get out and go. And then we bring our second place in that third class, a very heavy structured, loose made, a very stout, big hipped hog here, the Hampshire hog that I'd like to see us have a little more of. That one there is going to be a reserve champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your reserve champion. Also comes out of Class 3, Bryce Mullins from Templeton, Indiana, barrel weighing 280. Ashton Geyer, your champion ham. Bryce Mullins, your reserve champion ham. Landrace will be next. Landrace will be next. We need a champion, Berkshire's, and champion and reserve, Berkshire, champion reserve Chester, champion reserve Durock. We need you guys to the announcer stand. We've got some plaques that we forgot to give you. We'd like for you to come up and get, please. If you had champion or reserve of Burke, Chester, Durock, we need you to the announcer stand, please. San Francisco 49ers 27, Saints 24. Final.
here in this class of land race, and our only class, our bear that's going to win the class and be our champion over in the corner. He does it pretty handily for me. Just the squares built, the most correct as far as structurally made. He's really opened up in his chest where he handles it pretty good. He's really good down his top. There, but still a really good landrace bear to be our champion. The young man's bear that's going to be a reserve champion in second. Here's a bigger outlined, longer bodied kind of hog. Really good on his feet and legs, really square on him. He's just not as robust and as opened up as what our champion is. Not as much curvature to his rib, but I love that hog as far as his extension and length of body. The young man's hog that's going to be third in this particular drive, a lot of shape and muscle to that hog, really extended about his front end, got a good curvature to his rib. He gets a little tighter in his movement, a little more up in his passions there, especially in that left hock there, or left passion there as he gets out and goes. If we can just relax him just a little bit, he gets up there and pushes our champion. The bear coming out next is very similar to our third place bear here. Another muscular hog that's got a lot of shape to his top. He's very big in his hip. A bear that's got some stoutness to him. A bear that gets a little in at his knee when he comes at you. You like to change his set just a little on his hind legs as he gets out and strolls here. But you got to appreciate the mass and muscle that he does possess. Same thing goes with the bear coming out next. A very big center, big top, big hipped one here. He comes in at his knees too much for me. We got to make him take a little more smoother stride as he gets out here and goes. As we move on down through the line here, we got a bear coming out next. Here's a bigger outline, longer body kind of a hog that's got more extension. He's more extended up there, more length of body, more extension and length out of his hip. Just not as opened up, not as wide as what some of them up above him here, but he's still square and true and built. He just got to have more width to compete with some of them up above him. The one coming out next is another big, tall, long-bodied kind of a hog that just runs out of gas as far as width and curvature to his rib shape, but he's still more flexible, has more flex in his hock than some of these on down through here. Down in 8, 9, and 10, they're very muscular, very thick kind of hogs that just need to be more better structured as they get out and move. They're a little bowed out in their hocks, a little too wide for us today. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. Good class of land race.
Results of land race are our first place when weighed out, so everybody moves up. Your champion now will be entry number 57, Silas Batt from Salem, Indiana. Barrel weighing 290. Wait a minute. The first didn't? Second did, but the first didn't. All right, let's try it this way. First did not weigh out. Sponsor from Greenfield, Ohio, barrel weighing 272. Third will be Cade Sponsor from Greenfield, Ohio. Fourth, Cody Steele from Terre Haute, Indiana. Fifth place, Rachel Harper from Jamestown, New York. Sixth, Cameron Harper from Jamestown, New York. Seventh, Carissa Rulin from Arcadia, Indiana. Eighth, Carissa Rulin from Arcadia, Indiana. Ninth is Hallie Pell from Terre Haute, Indiana. Congratulations to Kylie North, your champion land race. We're now showing Poland's, one class of Poland's, 24 of them, 234 to 290.
and the champion ham.
We need champion pictures for champion Durock and reserve and champion Hamp. Down to Steve Mapes. If you got the champion reserve Durock and the champion Hamp, take them down to Steve Mapes. We need pictures, please.
Poland's here, and we only had one class and 24 of them in this class. And I got the top two out here, and for me, there's one that just takes a little longer stride off his hind leg, just has a little more flexibility, and I think he's a tremendous Poland bear, and he wins it quite handily. The young lady in the green shirt's going to have your champion Poland bear. Let's give her a nice round of applause. I think this is a tremendous Poland bear that's got a really big chest for her, lots of curvature of rib. He's very sound in all four and gets out here and goes. He's extended about his front end. He balances up, very big and square out of his hip. Tremendously good Poland hog. The bear that's going to be reserve champion in our second place bear. Really love how fresh this hog is down his top, coming out of his blade, carrying all the way back out of his hip. He's really thick and massive. He's square whenever he comes at you. Very square built in his chest floor. I'd like to see more extension up through his front end. And whenever he gets out and goes, he's square on his hind legs, but he needs to reach a little further and take a little longer step for me to beat our champion. But an awful good bear there in the second hole for our reserve champion honors. The bear here that's going to be third in this particular class, the young lady does an extremely good job of driving this bear. He's a taller fronted, he's a longer bodied, he's a more extended bear in this particular drive. He's really good out of his front end. He takes a long fluid stride off his hind two. Just whenever you get in behind him, he needs more thickness out of his hip. He needs to square up all the way down to the ground whenever you study him when he tracks out. But an awful nice bear there. The bear coming out next is square. When you get in behind him, he's got a bigger, square hip. He's got more turn to his top, more shape down his top and out of his rib shape there. I got to stouten this guy up. He's the frailest one of the top four. He just needs to be stoutened up in his bone work and have more foot size. The one coming out next is a big rib, big hipped one that's got more bone work to him. He gets a little more piecier down his top line. We got to bring him or blend him in right there in his ham loin junction. Push his chine down in him just ever so slightly. But that's a loose made, wide made, big bladed, big hipped one that takes a long fluid stride. The gilt coming out next, this gilt keeps her tail down quite a bit. She doesn't want to show herself off. Every once in a while she'll bring it up. But I really like how stout made this gilt is. Really stout about her head, big in her foot size, got a big square hip or big square top laid in her with good curvature to her rib. I got to change her way she moves off them hind two. She needs to square up and take a little more fluid stride. The gilt coming out next is a tall fronted extended gilt that's very attractive from the side profile. She's got a lot of shape and expression down her top. Got that tail head right up there on the pointed top of her back. She gets kind of frontals out and tapers out of her hip structure there. She likes to push outside of herself. She's narrow up top and wider from behind when we get down low. She just needs to correct herself out of her rump structure. The gilt coming out next is an extremely big top gilt as well. That's really good up through her front end. We got to fix her in her ham loin, change her on them hind legs ever so slightly as well. The bear coming out next, a big rib, big top, big hipped one here that gets a little more up in his pasterns there, and just got to relax him, square him up in his hock structure. As we move on down through here, we've got some hogs that's got some length of body, some extension to them. Hogs that's got to change out of both ends to get out and move just a little better for me. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good class of Polands.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Your champion, Poland, is entry number 956, shown by Kendra Sheets from Columbia City, Indiana, bear weighing 290 pounds. Your reserve champion is entry number 68, Tanner Beckmeyer from Atwood, Illinois, bear weighing 285. In third place, Kyler Knapp from Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth, Olivia Myers from Albany, Indiana. Fifth place, Carly Rice from Crawfordsville, Indiana. Sixth was Jen Miller from Macy, Indiana. Seventh was Crosby Jackman from Milroy, Indiana. Eighth was Heidi Benner from Woodbine, Maryland. Ninth was A.J. Richardson from Mount Sterling, Ohio, and 10th was Lenny Arnholt from Columbus, Indiana. Congratulations, your champion Poland, Kendra Sheets, Columbia City, Indiana, reserve Tanner Beckmeyer. We need both of you guys down behind the wall for urine samples and pictures on your way back with Mr. Mapes. We're now showing Class 1 spots, Class 1 spots. They weigh 245 to 270, 16 head. We have 2 classes of spots, I believe.
here in the first class of spots. I think we got our individual that wins this class pretty handily for me. She's really sound, really correct, really opened up in her chest floor, super big square hip in her. She's just got more to her than the other two here in second and third. She's more robust in her blades, more opened up in her blades, more robust in her rib cage. She has more width down her top, super big square hip in her, and she handles it awful well. Awful nice spot gilt there to win this particular class. The bear here the young man has is really a good balanced hog from the side profile. He's super big-footed, really good in his cushion and angles to his front of his shoulder blades and through his knee there. Really good in his hock structure. He sets square, super jet level down his top and out of his hip. He's got a big square kind of a hip weight in him. He just doesn't have enough curvature to his rib when we get up on top of him and study him. Not enough width down that top when we study him, when we compare him back to our class winner. But still an awful nice, good, sound, complete kind of a bear. The gilt there in third is a gilt is another tall-fronted, extended gilt that takes a long stride on the move. A gilt that's got more shape and expression down her top compared to that bear. She just doesn't blend right there in that ham-loin junction as well. Doesn't take as long and as easy a stride as what the bear does in second place. This bear coming out in third is a more powerfully made, more powerfully constructed bear when we compare him back to our second and third place bears. This guy is tall fronted, really good about his structured, really stout. He's super big, square hipped in him. He's really got some curvature to his rib. I just got to change him right there on his hind legs as he takes a stride out here for me. He's just kind of a little awkward out there when he's moving. The bear coming out next is a bear that's a big top bear that's got some shape, some expression to him. He gets out here and he moves out of his front end good. We got to change him on his hind legs. He gets a little in, and then whenever he get in behind him, he can study his hock structure. He just got to square up in them hock structure when he's going away. As we move on down through this class, we get some structural issues. We've got hogs with muscle and shape and expression. This bear coming out next is really big in his rib, big top, big hipped one. He's just too short and choppy as he gets out here and goes. And as we go on down through here in 7, 8, 9, and 10, we got a lot of muscle, a lot of thickness. We just got structural problems. This bear needs to be extended out, have a little more length of body. The bear coming out next, a bear that's got shape and expression, gets short and choppier in his stride. The gilt here, really a long body, good design with the big hip. She needs change, needs more on her hind legs. She needs more curvature to her rib. The bear down there on the far end, the girl with the purple bow there, a bear that needs to take a longer, more fluid stride. The bear coming out next, a bear that's got a lot of thickness as well and gets up in his top, tight in his hip. And the young man there in 11, another big, thick hip one that just needs to move just a little better. Let's give him a round of applause. Good class.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Results of Class 1 spots. Your winner is entry number 578, Mackenzie Larson from Tippett, Indiana, gilt weighing 270 pounds. In second place, Charles Colvin from Russellville, Indiana, bear weighing 268, entry number 193. In third place was Caleb Underwood from Glasgow, Kentucky. In fourth place was Bridget Howlett from Genoa, Illinois. Fifth place was Lindsay Luce from Litchfield, Nebraska. Sixth place was Alexis Farr, next generation of Farrs from Royal Center, Indiana. Seventh was Maverick Burke from Carthage, Indiana. Eighth place, Kenlon Farr, Royal Center, Indiana. Ninth was Ethan Fields from Brookston, Indiana. 10th was Kendrick Herr from Greens Fork, Indiana. Congratulations to Mackenzie Larson, your winner in Class 1 spots. We're now showing our second class of spots. This is also the final class of spots. Show for champion spot after this class. These weigh from 271 to 290. Somebody left a bling shirt, a little bit of a bling shirt on the bleachers over there. You know, what do you call that? That bling shirt? Got a little bit of a light, pretty green, kind of a bling shirt.
Wouldn't look good on you.
So if you, it's in a bag, if it's one of yours, come get it, please. We also got this pink little fleece for somebody, from a little person. So if you drop that through the bleachers where they found them. Again, we want to thank Team Purebred and NJSA, Cassie Diorn-Ellis, Austin Pushold, Madison Langmeyer, and from NSR, Mike Paul, Brian Arnold, Blaine Evans, Kaylee Bontrager, Ellen Olson, and Devin Ammon. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you more than we can say. Makes a huge difference to have your help here, and then what the Purebreds have done for the North American show, we can't say enough. It makes the show very, very special. Thank you, guys.
interesting class of spots here, and took me a little longer to really get down and steady in them. We just had a couple hogs in here not want to cooperate with us. We got a bear that just likes to run, and I wanted to get him to slow down and so I can evaluate his structure before I go ahead and place him. But the one I opted to use in this class is the fault-free bear. He's the one that's the combination bear for me. He's the extended bear that's a long-bodied hog that's sound and flexible. He takes the longest and easiest stride on his hind legs. He's square built when he comes at you. He's not the widest. He's not the biggest ribbed one, but he's got enough to him. He's got enough thickness down his top. He's the longest and levelest out of his rump, and he just takes the best step off them hind two for me, and he's the most complete one for me. The bear that's in second is bigger in his rib cage. He has got a bigger blade, a bigger, wider top laid in him. He's got a wider, bigger, square hip in him. I like to stouten this guy up in his bone work. He needs more foot size and toe size to him. And whenever he takes a step, he's square and true when you get in behind him, but he gets a little shorter and choppier in his stride when we compare him back to our class winner. But still, an awful nice bear. The one that was third, a very heavy structured, super stout-made bear. That's the one that just kept running around the ring in here, and I couldn't ever get him to slow down. Finally, I got him to slow down and got to evaluate how he could walk and get out and move. That bear is really stout, super bold in his blade, really opened up down his top and out of his hip. The biggest, the squarest hipped one, I just had to change him on his hind leg structure and square him up as he is going away from me. This white spotted up bear coming out here, really a good design, really balanced hog that's got some shape, really super big hip. He's a bigger footed, stouter made one as well. He gets a little ouchy up there in this front end. You like to make him track just a little looser out of his hock structure as he takes a stride. The bear coming out next is another bear that's very intriguing in his own right. A bear that is really stout in his forearm, got a big top, big hip laid in him, takes a long, easy stride. He gets a little flatter in his pasterns today, gets a little flatter in his rib shape when you get up on top of him and analyze him compared to some of them up above him. As we roll on down through here, we got a gilt coming out next with a big blade, big hip, big, thick, wide top laid in her. She gets a little looser in her top line, gets a little swayed in her top. She likes to run downhill just ever so slightly there. I'd like to bring her up in her front pasterns as well, but still a really sound, flexible gilt that's stout in her makeup, got lots of muscle, lots of power to her. The bear coming out next is another stout, big ribbed one that's got a big, thick hip in him. He needs to change him on his hind leg stride as he gets out and goes, freshening up in his top and where his chine there is, push his chine down ever so slightly there, maybe bring him out of his head and neck carriage just ever so slightly there and make him a little higher at the point of his shoulder. As we roll on down through here, through some of these, we got some thickness, some stoutness to them. Just got to change them up structurally, blend them up just a little better. This one here needs a change on his hind legs, fix him in his ham loin. Coming out next, we got a bear that has some thickness and out of his hip, got a big rib in him. Got to change him right there down his top shape, freshen him up in his appearance, change him in his ham loin as well. His chine's going to come up in him just ever so slightly. Good job, guys. Good job. The gilt are coming out next. A big, thick hip, the gilt that's got a lot of shape. A gilt that's got to be changed in her ham loin, square her up, make her track a little wider. Another one coming out next. It's got a lot of thickness and rib shape. Like we said before, we just got to have a more correctly made, better skeleton hogs to fix them.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Your results of Class 2 spots. Your Class 1 are shown by Baylor Bonham from Newcastle, Oklahoma, bear weighing 272, entry number 96. In second place, Lindsay Luce from Litchfield, Nebraska, bear weighing 271, entry 606. Third place was Truman Maxwell from Valparaiso, Indiana. Fourth, Colton Kephart from Franklin, Indiana. Fifth place, Bo Middleton from Kankakee, Illinois. Sixth, Ashley Smith from Lebanon, Indiana. Seventh, Ben Littlefield from Burr Oak, Michigan. Eighth was Chandler Lowe's from Anderson, Indiana. Ninth was Jayla Batt from Salem, Indiana, and 10th was Kayla Moore from Bloomington. Congratulations once again, Baylor Bonham from Newcastle, Oklahoma, had your champion spot. We're ready to show for champion spot. Entering the ring now, your winner of class number 1 was entry 578, shown by Mackenzie Larson, Tipton, Indiana, gilt weighing 270. Charles Colvin had reserved from Russellville, Indiana, class 1. Your class just completed, class 2, your winner 96. Baylor Bonham from Newcastle, Oklahoma, barrel weighing 272. Lindsay Luce from Litchfield, Nebraska, had your reserve. Again, folks, I know it's getting late. These kids have won their class at the North American or second in the pins. Please give them a nice round of applause.
Two super good class winners out here in our champion spot drive. We got this gilt from the first class there. Really a bold, powerfully made gilt that's opened up in their chest floor. Got a big hip late in this gilt. Really flexible and smooth in her makeup. A gilt maybe you'd like to see a little more rear flank to her, but super nice kind of a gilt there. The better in class 2, a really good balanced hog that's really super complete. He doesn't blow you away in any area. He's super flexible on his feet and legs. He's got the right kind of angles to him. He doesn't come at you super wide, but he's square and true in his build. You get up on top of him, he's got some shape and expression to him. Has a really long, pretty hip laid into this spot bear. He just, like I said, he's not an overpowerfully made hog, but this one here, for me, is really good just because he is awful balanced and extremely complete one. That one's going to be our champion spot bear. Let's give that young man a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion spot, Baylor Bonham from Newcastle, Oklahoma, barrel weighing 272. Lindsay Luce, bring yours out, please. Lindsay's barrel weighs 271.
Bring the second place in that class, and that's a bear that is. We got a bigger chest in him. He's got a bigger, more curvature. He's got a little more curvature to his rib shape coming out of his blades. A bigger top, bigger, thicker hip in him. He's super tall fronted and square built when he comes at you. Like I said in class, I'd like to see him just a nickel stouter, a little heavier structured, and maybe take a little longer stride as he gets out and goes. We get him and we compare him back to our class 1 gilt. That's a very heavy structured gilt, a gilt that maybe you'd like to tweak her just a little bit as she gets out here, moves on them hind legs, but still I think she's an awful nice gilt. For me, it's very close between the There's no doubt we use him, the gilt here. We just make her just a little sounder on them hind legs. But I think the one that helps that I like for the second best, that's the second most complete, even though he's a little frailer, I like the second place out of Class 2. He'll be your reserve champion.
Congratulations to Lindsay Luce. Entry 606 had your reserve spot from Litchfield, Nebraska. Bear weight 271. Baylor Bonham from Oklahoma, your champion. Lindsay Luce from Nebraska, your reserve champion. Congratulations. We need to get you guys down beyond the wall. Urine samples, please.
Second. First.
Young lady over on the blue with the striped shirt over there is going to win this particular class for me, and I just think this gilt's the one that combines everything together. She's a stout, heavy structured gilt that's opened up. She's got depth of body, really good shape down her top, really thick out of her hip. A gilt that you might like to change right there in her ham loin ever so slightly, but still as much mass and body and rib shape she has. She still take a long fluid stride, and she's up on her toes. Really nice gilt to start the class off with. I love the beautiful design of this bear here in second. He's super tall fronted. He's really square and basic and square and true made whenever he comes at you. He's really got an up-head attitude about him. He's better down his top line than our class winner. He's got a good curvature to his rib. He's a little plainer out of his hip when we kept comparing him back to his class winner. But the thing that got him put in second here is when he takes his stride off his hind two. He gets a little shorter and choppier in his stride. He has good flex in his hock. It just doesn't take the long enough stride as he gets out and goes. If I can lengthen that guy's stride out just ever so slightly, that would have been our class winner, but he's just a little shorter and choppier in his stride. The young lady's bear coming out next has more mass and shape down his top, has more thickness out of his rump than the second place bear. He's a super tall fronted, big chested hog. He gets a little outside of himself when we get in behind him, gets a little rounder in his hip structure when we get in and study him on the drive. The bear coming out next is really a robust, opened up bear. It's got a big rib, big body in him, super wide down his top and out of his hip. He gets a little lower out here for me and got tired. He started sagging in his top line. He gets toeing in and get a little flatter footed up front, and he too gets a little shorter striding as the more tired he got out here. The one coming out next is super stout about his head and skull, really big in his forearm, got a big chest laid in him, really square and shapely down his top, got a big square hip in him. I like to square him up in his hind legs set ever so slightly there, change him in his knees whenever he comes at you, but a really good, attractive made one from the side. Another good made one here coming out next with the big top laid in this bear, really thick and massive out of his hip. I really love the extension that this bear has up through the front end. I got to change him how he handles them hind legs. He gets a little out in them hocks just whenever he goes away from me. Just got to square him up. As we move on down through here, here's an interesting hog coming out next. Really a sound, basic, kind of like our second place bear. Really tall fronted, extended, level down his top, level out of his hip. Takes a long fluid stride. He just doesn't have enough muscle. He needs more curvature to his rib, more thickness out of his hip. As we roll on down through here, we got a pair of bears coming out next. Really big ribbed, big top, big hipped hogs. Need more extension, more length of body, be a little sounder. They get a little bowie legged when we get in behind it. As we move on down through here, we got a bear here that's got some extension, some shape. Got to square him up on his hind too, give him more stoutness. A bear there that needs more curvature to his rib, more thickness when we get in behind him. And the bear that's going to round out the class, a lot of shape, a lot of expression. Just square him up and stouten him up in his makeup. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Good class of Yorkshires to start the Yorkshire show.
Thank you, sir. Results from Class 1 Yorkshires. Your class winner, entry number 587, shown by Ashton, weighing 230. Second place was Caitlin Hines, 449, from Quincy, Michigan, barrel weighing 231. In third place, Inez Friddle from Carthage, Indiana. Fourth place was Carrie Landry from Jeanerette, Louisiana. Fifth place was Marissa McFarland from Dresden, Ohio. Sixth was Taylor Brown from Yorktown, Indiana. Seventh was Mackenzie Pearson from Mooresville, Indiana. Eighth place was Kaylee Cooper from Goshport, Indiana. Ninth was Jacob Mesnick from Becknell, Indiana. And 10th was Ashley Martin from Attica, Indiana. Congratulations, your winner, Class 1 Yorkshires, Ashton Lees from Warren, Indiana. We're now showing Class 2. Class 2, 17 head of Yorkshires. They weigh from 244 to 255. Don't forget about the paint brands now. We got to have numbers we can read. We're getting some numbers we cannot read very well. So if your number's not on the back, go borrow those paint numbers and put them on, please.
Awfully good pair of bears up here in the top end. Two bears that are really good in their structure. Good built, good made hogs. Really balance up really nicely. And the one that class is just a little better in his chest floor, just a little stouter in his makeup. The young man's got there. That bear is super tall fronted. He's opened up in his chest floor. He's really opened up in his blade and carries that all the way down to the ground. And for as tall fronted he is, and still having a big forearm and stout in his makeup, and really super balanced about his look. Got a good curvature to his rib, very fresh down his top. Excellent hip and hind leg laid into that one. A very good hog to win the class. The bear that's going to be second probably has a little bigger, kind of a fresher top laid in this bear. He's really got that butterfly shape to him. He's got a good curvature to his rib as well. This one here has an awesome hip and hind leg. I still didn't see him quite as stout and quite as big-footed as our class winner, and he doesn't quite come to you as much width and squareness all the way into the ground to his chest floor as our class winner, but two awful nice bears there, the top part of this class. The bear coming out in third is a very stout, heavy structured one, the one that has the biggest hip in him. The top trio, extremely wide through his pin set, extremely big and popping the big stifle of the top three. He gets a little rounder in his rump structure. He wants to swing his hind legs just ever so slightly there. Then whenever he comes at you, he gets a little in at his knee. I just like to square him up in those areas there. But I love the mass, the power, the stoutness, the thickness, and the squareness out of his rump whenever we get in there and study that. The bear coming next is another big rib, big topped hog that's got a big blade laid in him. A bear that gets a little saggy in his top line, gets a little rounder in his rump structure, but still takes a long, flexible, good stride off his hind two and stays square built whenever he goes away. We just correct him down his top line and level him out. I can get him up. The bear coming out next, a bear that's got a tremendously big top, big thick hip laid in him. He's super tall fronted. He needs to be squared in his knees there when he comes at you. He gets a little shorter and rounder in his hip as well. He gets his hind legs up underneath him, but just a nickel too much for me. But I appreciate the shape, the thickness, the big square hip that he does possess, and still having a big rib laid in him. A massive gilt coming out next. It's tremendously thick and massive down her top and in her body, really thick out of her hip. Early on, she was handling it pretty good. The longer we drove her, the more restricted, the more straighter out of her front end, the choppier she got off her hind. Thickness to her, not quite as loose enough. The bear coming out next, the young man's got here, the tall-fronted, extended hog that really catches your eye, especially whenever he hit the gate there. He really got a good, attractive look to him. He's got a good shape to his top. He's got a big, square hip. If we can just change him structurally on both ends, he comes in at his knee, gets bowed out in his hocks when we get in behind him. We just square him up on both ends. That one I can move way up in here because he's got such a top, big thick hip in him. He's really wide tracking when he goes away from you. He tends to run downhill just ever so slightly. He comes in at his knees just a little bit. They're an awful nice hog as far as body and rib shape and thickness. The young lady coming out next has got a thick top, big hipped one as well. A hog that we like to change him out of his front end. He gets a little lower in his pastures. He gets a little tender footed there, a little rounder out of his hip. Gets his hind legs up underneath him. As we roll on down through here, we'll just go ahead and let him out. The bear coming out next is really loose and easy in his top line. He's got a lot of flexibility to him. He's more shape and muscle. The bear over there, young man's got tremendously thick and massive out of his hip. He needs to square up as he gets out here and goes and fix him in his ham loin. And the one that's going to round out the class, a lot of mass and muscle, he too needs to be loosened up. Tremendous class, especially the top two in this class are really good.
Thank you, sir. Results from Class 2, Yorkshires. Your class winner is entry number 854, Caston Rash from Kewanee, Illinois, bear weighing 251 pounds. Second place was Peyton Hines, entry 451 from Quincy, Michigan. In third place was Emily Mead from Sturgis, Michigan. Fourth was Cade Provo from Monticello, Indiana. Fifth place was Reese Wagner from Williams, Indiana. Sixth was Jenna Siegel from Marion, Ohio. Seventh was Wyatt Wilson from Bunker Hill, Indiana. Eighth was the birthday boy, Landry Rodaball from Rensselaer, Indiana. Ninth was Ashley Linton from Brazil, Indiana. And 10th was Hunter March from Monrovia, Indiana. Congratulations, Caston Rash wins Class 2 Yorkshires. We're now still showing Class 3, 20 head. They weigh from 257 to 263. 257 to 263. This is Class 3 coming in the ring. Time to catch you up on the football scores. Denver Broncos 41, Oakland Raiders 10. It looks like that's about with 5 minutes left in the game. Arizona Cardinals 17, St. Louis Rams 14, 7 minutes left. Seattle Seahawks 24, New York Giants 17 with about 8 minutes left. That catches you up. Please give these kids a nice round of applause if you let them out, please. They can be excused. Oh, baby. Turn the lights back on, please.
That means we've been showing too long.
Richard, you call? Lip Trap, you talking to Virgil?
when I was sitting here analyzing. It wasn't no thinking which one I was going to use for first, because it is always in my mind what I was going to use, and the young man with the Yorkshire gilt over here is going to win the class. A gilt that just excels as far as completeness, just really good design, good built, good made gilt. It's really a super stout, heavy structured female that flexes good on her feet and legs, stays square and true. If anything, you might like to say she may need to be a little taller fronted. Just runs downhill just ever so slightly, but that's being very nitpicky on an awful nice gilt. It was the challenging decision was in the second and third here, and I opted to go with the bear that had just had fewer holes in him, and this bear that's in second is a very unique hog, very stout about his head, really tall fronted. He's square built when he comes at you, really got a good rib cage laid in him, super big and fresh in his top. He's a longer bodied, longer sided hog that's got more length and levelness out of his hip, got a bigger square rump to the hog here in the third, and he's got a big thick takes a long big stride whenever he gets out and moves. If I could just change that one right there in his ham loin just ever so slightly, he could have been first for me, but his ham loin got him beat today. The hog here in third, I really like this one as far as his structural integrity, his flexibility, his looseness in his spine, just the way he gets out and moves. This one's really good out of his front end, really good out of his hock and hind leg set, really loose in his spine and loose in his top. He just almost gets a little bit too loose. He gets a little saggy down in his top, gets a little more rounded in his rump structure. As much curvature to his rib as what them top two did, but an awful nice hog there sitting in third hole. The one coming out next here in fourth is another super good one that's got a lot of thickness down his top and out of his hip, got a good curvature to his rib, comes at you really good. When he goes away from you, I like to square him up down to the ground just ever so slightly there. Very nitpicky on a really, really good hog. The one over coming out next in fifth is a very good balance, really good profiling hog from the side profile. He really goes away from you super good. He takes a long, flexible stride. He's just not wide enough whenever he came at me. He just gets outpowered for his chest width, for his curvature to his rib. He's a little flatter made kind when he comes at you. The gilt here is coming out next. I kind of moved up in class quite a bit. A gilt that's super tall fronted. She's extended, got some shape and expression to her top, got a big square hip. She gets a little narrow chested as well, gets a little flatter in her rib. She likes to bow her hocks out just ever so slightly. Those are the things I like to change her. A big rib, big bladed kind of a bear coming. A little end in his knee, a little more, he needs more extension up to his front end, needs more length of body as well. Out next, has more extension, more length of body. She's really a shapely gilt, gets a little rounder in her top, in her hip, a little softer in her top line. I like to change her way she's structurally whenever she goes away from me. As we move on down through here, we get another tall, longer body kind of a gilt there, or a bear here, that's got more shape and expression, super big hip, gets a little narrow tracking, gets his hind legs up underneath him. Then we got a bear going away from him over there, good design, a little softer top, got a little too much cushion to his pasterns there. Then a bear here is really good design, needs more width all the way throughout. And then the bear that's going to round out the class, super heavy structured and big ribbed, needs to be bigger in his kind. Let's give them all a good round of applause. Really a good one up on top in that class.
It's really good.
Thank you, sir. Results from Class 3 Yorkshires. Your winner, entry number 676, owned by Hunter McMillan from Grandy, North Carolina, gilt weighing 263. In second place, ball, entry 902 from Tipton, Indiana, barrel weighing 259. Third place was Kendall Leonhard from Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place was Trey Wagner from Williams, Indiana. Fifth, Corey Walker from Frankfort, Indiana. Sixth place was Benton Parmalee from Greencastle, Indiana. Seventh, Hadley Hendrickson from Farmland, Indiana. Eighth was Zachary Brockway from Quincy, Michigan. 9th, Austin Pushel from Sturgis, Michigan. 10th was Audrey Weimeyer from Coatesville, Indiana. Congratulations again. Your winner, Hunter McMillan from North Carolina. We're now showing Class 4. Class 4 is entering the ring. We have 18 head. They weigh 264 to 276. 264 to 276. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, Farm Credit is our junior swine show sponsor here to North American. Farm Credit provides more than 1/3 of the credit needed for those who live and work in rural America. Farm Credit Mid-America, thank you for your generous sponsorship of the junior shows, particularly the swine show here at the North American. We did have a couple of the hogs way out in the last class 3. So end up second in that class was Kendall Leonhard from Fortville. You moved up to second. So we'll need you when we get ready for our champion, we'll need you back.
Very interesting pair up here in the top end of this class, and just talking to them, and then I'll let you know what I'm going to play some. Just the young lady right here in front of me in the purple shirt, the bear there, a really easy going, fluid moving bear that just gets out here and floats across the ring. A bear that's got a big top in him. He's big and square in his chest floor, really extended about his front end. He's got a lot of width down his top. Really a long, level rump laid in this hog. He didn't overpower you and muscle out of his hip, but he's got plenty in there. And he stays square and wide whenever he goes away from you when you study him from the top part of his pin set all the way down. The bear over here, the young lady's driving, and it's wanting to squeal on us, but he still just keeps going and going out here. He's a little stouter, more rugged kind of a bear that's a little stouter about his head. He's more powerful down his top and in his rib shape and in his blade work. He's got a bigger, more powerfully kind of a hip blade in that bear. He's not as long and level and square out of that rump as what the bear we just talked about. And then whenever we get in behind him, he doesn't track as wide and square when you get in behind him. He wants to hawk in just ever so slightly there. But that's how I see him. You got a really stout one there that's got a lot of power. Then you got a really pretty loose made one over here that's got a little more length of hip. I like long level hips. I'm going to use the young lady in purple to win the class. The young lady in green is going to be second. Give him a nice round of applause. Excellent pair of bears there to evaluate. The bear coming out here in third is a very nice bear in his own right. This bear's got a lot of power and width down his top, extremely big in his rib, got a lot of thickness out of his hip. He's super sound on his feet and legs. I'd like to stouten this guy up ever so slightly, but more important, his rump gets awful round and short, in my opinion, and gets a little crestier right there at his neck, but really a powerfully good structured bear that balances up nicely from the side. The bear here that I put in fourth, I just kind of moved up just because of feet and legs. He's square, he's tall fronted, he's really extended. A bear that's square when he goes away from me, he flexes good. He needs more body, more curvature to his rib, more depth of heart to that hog. He needs more width and shape down his top when we get in and study him. Just his flexibility and squareness puts him in fourth for me. The bear coming out next here, the young man's got is a stout, rugged bear that's super big in his rib. He's got more body, more width down his top, super big, square hip. He needs to be in a little bigger kind of a package for me and square him up in his knee as well. As we come here with the gilt that's got a lot of shape and muscle, has got a lot of thickness out of her hips. She's a longer bodied, more extended kind of a gilt that gets a little in at her knee there, gets a little more restricted in her out of her front end. Then whenever she goes away from you, she needs to be squared up down to the ground. She tends to get it a little bowy out through them hocks. The young lady bringing the bear out next, a bear that's got some thickness down his top. He balances up from the side. He needs more width whenever you get into him. He needs to become better at his knee. He needs more curvature to his rib. He needs to square up in his hock structure as he goes away from you. As we move on down through here, here's another thicker made bear that's got a big rib in him. He goes away from you. He bows out in the hock quite a bit there. The young lady here's got a bear that kind of fought the fence on us a little bit. Really stout made hog that needs to be squared up in his knees there. He's super big and wide down his top and out of his hip. Needs to take a longer stride as he gets out and goes. And as we move on down through here, we got hogs that's just got a few structural issues. This bear, I like the thickness he has down his top. Just got to make him wider and bigger in his rib cage. Super big hipped one coming out next. We got to change him on his hind legs. And the young man's bear that's going to round out the class has got a lot of shape and expression. He gets a little shorter striding. Really good him too in this particular class. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Results from Class 4 Yorkshires. Your class winner, entry number 382, Ashton Geyer, Robinson, Illinois, bear weighing 269. Second place, entry 695, Morgan Minch, Shirley, Indiana, bear weighing 276. Scott Gardner was third in Class 4 Yorkshires, Grindstone, Pennsylvania. He weighed out. So third now is entry number 182, Zachary Klein, Allenton, Michigan. In fourth is Cade Provo from Monticello, Indiana. In fifth is 1151, Paige Weniger from Waveland, Indiana. In sixth is Kara Andricks from Blissfield, Michigan. In seventh is 1156, Paige Weniger from Waveland, Indiana. In eighth is 734, Macy Morehouse, Newcastle, Indiana. In ninth is Katie Radke from French Lick, Indiana. And 10th is 302 Lance Fagan from Terre Haute, Indiana. Congratulations once again, Ashton Geyer, Robinson, Illinois, wins Class 4 Yorkshires. We're now showing Class 5, 20 head, weighing 277 to 284. Champion reserve spots. We need pictures. Steve Mapes, back with Steve Mapes. Any of you that want pictures, you need to take pictures. Pull out, go down there after you go out, get the pictures, and then go to the truck. But spot champion reserve, we need pictures, please, for the North American. That's Bonhams and Luces.
Another excellent class here, and the gilt top to start the class off with, I will be the first to say I'd like to level her rump out just a little bit whenever you get in there and study her. But as far as when you get past that, here's a heavy structured, big chested gilt that's really square in her blades. She's square in her knees. She's tall fronted. She's extended. Really good shape down her top. Got a big square hip. She goes away from you square. She takes a long fluid stride. Nice gilt to start the class off with. The barrier here that's wanting to be a little noisy, this is truly a balanced hog that's robust in his rib shape, super fresh down his top and out of his hip. He takes a long fluid stride. He's square when he comes at you. He's just not as stout in his bone work as what our class winner is, but a really good barrier there in his own right to be second. The young lady's gilt that I've moved up quite a bit here in class is a gilt that just kind of grows on you the longer I drove her. Really a big ribbed one that's got some flank to her. She's got some top shape to her. A longer, leveler rump kind of a female. She comes in on her knee just ever so slightly, wants to bow out in her right hock just ever so slightly, and that's what got her beat there. But she is a longer hip, better hip kind of a female when we compare her back to them other two. She's got a lot of product. She's very flexible. She's very correct from the side. Young man's barrier coming out next, another tall-fronted hog that's got a lot of shape and expression to him. He's got some good flexibility off his hind legs, good hip in this hog, really good angles out of his front end. He gets a little narrow tracking coming at you, gets a little narrow tracking down to the ground when he goes away from you. Maybe level his rump up just a little bit. The young lady's barrier coming out next is really one of them, kind of a good, complete kind of a hog that doesn't have any super big holes in him. He's opened up in his blade. He's square down to the ground. He's got a good rib shape, good top shape to him, really thick out of his rump. He's just a little frailer in his makeup for me. Just need to level his rump up just ever so slightly, but an awful nice, good kind of a hog there. As we roll on down through here, the young lady's bear coming out next, another tall-fronted, extended bear that's got a good look up through his front end. Really got a level rump laid in this hog. He's long. He takes a long fluid stride. For me, he's got a little better set to his angle of his front shoulder. Yeah, he needs to be wider chested whenever he comes at you. Maybe give him a little shot more shape when you get up on top of him. As we go on down through here, we've got a lot of muscle, a lot of thickness and width. There's no problems with that. We started getting into some structural issues off of both ends. This bear's a very stout, big, bold-made one that's got a lot of shape down his top and out of his hip. He gets a little forward in his shoulder blade. I like to make him to take a little better stride off them hind two. Gets a little bowed out in them hocks when he goes away from you. Really a big bladed one coming in next. It's got a big rib laid in him, super big square hip laid in this hog. We just got to get this hog get out and go just a little better out of his front end. He gets a little forward in his shoulders, comes in at his hocks there. He's just a little tender off that front end there as he gets out and goes, and maybe give him just a little more toe size and foot size as well. Same thing kind of goes for the next one coming out. Another, good job, young man. Another big ribbed one, big topped one, big hipped one here as well. That goes away from you pretty square and true, but he gets pretty forward in his shoulder, gets a little more unawkward up through that front end. Both those hogs are very similar in their types and kind. Same thing kind of goes for the next one coming out. This one gets a little more rounder out of his hip structure, gets a little shorter in his stride after he goes off the back end. He gets a little more, he's also forward in his shoulder, in at his knee, but he's got a lot of body, a lot of rib shape, a lot of top shape to go with that. We get a couple pair here at the end of this class that's got a lot of thickness out of their hips and down their tops. We just don't quite have the width that we like to see going away from us and coming at you. A little forward in their shape, in their curvature of their blade and their shoulder blade. We just got to change them structurally to make them move up in the class. Really a good class there. Excellent pair up there in the top end. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Results of class number 5. Yorkshire's, your class winners, entry number 960, Jordan Seals from Pineda, Indiana, gilt weighing 278. In second place, entry 693, shown by Morgan Mintz, Shirley, Indiana, bear weighing 282. Third place, Hunter Frobos from Pemberville, Ohio. Fourth place, Matthew McMillan from Mount Pelier, Indiana, Ninth, Lindsay Luce from Litchfield, Nebraska. Sixth place was Lauren Truesdale from Connorsville, Indiana. Seventh place, Carissa Rulin from Arcadia, Indiana. Eighth place, Jackson Cobb from Lake City, Arkansas. Ninth place, Owen Brinker from Perrysburg, Ohio. And 10th place, Trice Dayton, Indiana. Congratulations, Jordan Sills wins class number 5, Yorkshires. We're now ready for our final class of the day and final class of Yorkshires. This is class 6 coming in. They weigh 285 to 290. We'll show for Champion Yorkshire following this class. Champion Yorkshire will be next.
super good class to round out the Yorkshire show today, and a very close decision up here in the top end. And these two bears rise up to the top in this class just because they're a little taller shouldered, a little longer bodied, kind of a bears that have some more extension to them, some more length of cannon to them. They look like they should be heavyweights, and they're very fresh and youthful in their design, and they've got some extension. The bear I opted to use in this class, I really love how he's made up through that front 130. He's stout, he's extended, he's tall fronted, he's square built, he's big in his forearm, super big and fresh right there in his rib shape. He's got a good shape to his top. He's not the thickest ended one by no means, but I think he's got enough thickness when we get in behind him, out through his hip in there. But he's got an awesome hip and hind leg whenever we study him as he gets out here and drives. He's just really super fresh in his appearance for being out here in a heavyweight drive. The young man's second place bear here is a stouter headed bear. He's got more stoutness, more width between his eyes. He's got a bigger forearm laid in him. He might have a little bigger, more stouter kind of a bone work laid in him when we get in and study him. He's a bigger and wider and square hip kind of a bear. I just see this bear getting a little more crispier about his neck. He gets a little drier and harder in his body type. When we compare him back to our class winner, he's not too dry and hard, but that one's just comparing him back to our class winner. But that's still an awful nice bear. Really loved a lot of things about this all coming out next. Here's the most robust about his blades, more robust about his rib shape, the most width down his top, the widest out of his pin set. He's really wide tracking. For me, he runs downhill just a smidge. He gets a little more jammed up in his neck area. I just like to extend him out just a little bit, make him a nickel taller fronted. The bear coming out next I thought was my class winner when he just came into the ring. This one is really powerful when he comes at you, good at his rib shape, good down his top and out of his hip, got a good hind leg. I just don't like his rump structure. He's awful short and round in that rump structure. He gets a little shorter striding the longer we went. Awful nice hog and fourth hole. The bear coming out next is really stout in his makeup, big bladed, big rib, big topped bear, super big and square out of his hip. He just needs to track a little square whenever he goes away. Got in a tough class. That's a nice bear set down here in fifth hole. The bear coming out next, the young man knew it. Really good design, good made one. Love him from the side profile. He just got out-horsed, out-powered in this class, and he's more width, more thickness, more curvature to his rib to get up there and compete with some of them up above him. As we roll on down through here, we got a bear coming out next. I had up a little higher. Here's a bear that's got some shape and expression down his top and out of his hip. He's got some extension. He gets a little frailer in his bone work, gets a little forward in his shoulder blade. I like to square him up as he goes away from me as well. The bear coming out next here that the young lady's got. It's got a lot of shape and expression to him. He's really stout in his makeup. He gets the rounder out of his hip structure. A bear that runs downhill just ever so slightly. Gets a little bowed out and his hocks is going away. As we roll on down through here, we got lots of bears that's got gilts that's got shape and muscle to them. This one coming out next rolls out of his hocks too much, runs downhill too much. The one coming out next here gets a little frailer in his makeup. Really a shapely topped one. He gets a little narrow track. And when we get him, you look at him going away from us, same thing go with the gilt. I like just to base her tracker just a little wider, fixing her hamloin. Love the stoutness and the thickness that that gilt has. And then the bear that's going to round out the class, just need to square him up on both ends. He's got a lot of thickness and shape to him, very muscular in his own right. Give him a nice round of applause. Excellent class to round out the Yorkshire show.
We need second place. We need Morgan Minch twice.
Morgan and Megan.
Morgan and Megan Minch. We need you guys to the makeup ring, please. All right, as they enter the ring, congratulations to our Yorkshire exhibitors and their class winner out of class number 1, number 587, Ashley Lee from Warren, Indiana, weighing 230. Caitlin Hines was second. Caitlin's from Quincy, Michigan. Second place, in the second class, your winner was 854. Cashton Rush from Kewanee, Illinois, barrel weighing 251. Peyton Hines was second from Quincy, Michigan. Your winner of Class 3 was 676. Hunter McMillan from Grandy, North Carolina, weighing 263. Kendall Leonhard from Fortville, Indiana, second in Class 3. Your winner of Class 4 was 382. Ashton Geyer from Robinson, Illinois, barrel weighing 269. Morgan Minch was second in Class 4. Morgan's from Shirley, Indiana. Your winner of Class 5 was entry number 960. Shown by Jordan Seals from Ponita, Indiana, weighing 278. Megan Minch was second in Class 5. Megan's from Shirley, Indiana. And your winner in this final class was entry 229, Blake Danner from Chalmers, Indiana, barrel weighing 288. Mark O'Connell from Valparaiso was second. Again, for those of you who are left, please give these kids a nice round of applause. They've won their class at the North American and second. We will start bright and early at 8 o'clock in the morning. We have 18 crossbred classes. So bright and early, at about 2 minutes till 8, we will crank this thing up in the morning. I'm feeling my second wind coming on, guys. I can feel it. You guys feel it over there? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? I can see it. I can see it all over you. Have I told you guys how much we appreciate you being here? We do. We appreciate you being part of the North American family show. Great show.
Well, we've had an extremely good Yorkshire show, and I'm very pleased. After judging it last year, I was kind of disappointed in the Yorkshire show last year, but we came back this year and It's a whole lot better. Really got good, 6 extremely good class winners out here. They all represent kind of what I like to do in the Yorkshire deal. I keep them sound, tall-fronted, extended, have enough muscle and shape and width and squareness about them. Just good, complete kind of a hogs. I think whenever we get them, when I get them out here and analyze them, there's 3 of them that kind of comes down between our class 2 bow, super balanced, really complete hog. Really, you gotta admire how tall fronted that hog is. He's stout, he's neat up through his head front end, he's big in his forearm. He's square from the top part of his blade all the way down to the ground. He's got a big center in him, big top, big square hip in him. Really good on his hind leg when he goes away from you. One thing I may like to change about him ever so slightly, he likes to twist them feet on the ground just ever a little bit there. But that's awful nitpicky on an extremely good one there. The young lady here with the bear right here in front of me is another bear that's in contention. I think this one's extremely big in his rib cage. He has extremely good extension up through that front end. He's a big bladed hog that has good cushion out of his front end. He's got the right kind of angle and cushion and flex out of that front end. He's got good width down his top. He's super long and level. He may look a little plainer in his muscle shape, but he still has plenty of enough muscle in there. He's got some width out of that pin set. You may like to track him just a little bit wider when we get down to the ground and study him there. But that's another nitpicky thing on an awful good one, in my opinion, there. That does a lot of good stuff. Then the other third one that comes down to is our heavyweight bear here. A bear that I think is extremely unique as far as being another tall-shouldered one that's extended and neat up through that front end. He's got a big forearm. He's square and true in his blade set and way he comes at you. That one's really fresh in his body type, fresh down his top. A bear that takes a really good step off his hind too. He's really good in his pasterns. If you think he's got enough thickness out of his hip for as big as he is, that's the question about that one. But that one's awful neat. And it gets pretty close for me between those 3. And there's not a perfect one out here, but I think those 3 are the ones that rise to the top for me. The one that I think's the most complete one today, the most fault-free, and for me, he's got the most, God has enough thickness to him, is our heavyweight bear. He'll be champion.
Congratulations to Blake Danner from Chalmers, Indiana, barreling 288, your champion, Yorkshire. We need Matt O'Connor. Matt O'Connor from Valparaiso, his barrel weighs 290.
The second place bear comes out in that class, and that's a stout made one. That's really a tall-shouldered, long-bodied, thick-ended one that's got a really good look about him. And he comes in contention's really good out here for our reserve champion honors. He gets right in the mix with them other 2 that I talked out here. But there's another hog that hit me awful hard when he came into the class, and if we could just change him to this one area, and that's right there at the ground where he sets his toes. This one's awful good. The young man in the pink there is going to have your reserve champion Yorkshire. Let's give him a round of applause.
Caston Rash. Congratulations out of Class 2. Your reserve champion is Caston Rash from Kewanee, Illinois. Caston's barrel weighs 251. Blake Danner, your champion. Caston Rash, your reserve champion, Yorkshire. Well, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the show tonight. We will see you bright and early in the morning. And we'll start at 8 o'clock, if not a minute or 2 before. Be careful out there on the roads. We'll see you in the morning.
green or go black?